Right, let's start. So today we will discuss about the second part of the overheads, right? So initially what we have done is we have allocated the overhead cost, right, to the production, to the cost centers. And then if a single cost is shared by multiple departments like rent cost rates, electricity likewise. So in such a scenario, we have apportion apportion the cost to multiple department based on a certain base, right? Like flow area. So we use to divide the rent cost among the departments based on the flow area. And we used to divide the depreciation of the equipments based on the book value of the equipment, which is belong to different departments, right? And then after apportioning the cost, we have accumulated the individual cost of each department, including service departments like maintenance and canteen or stores. And then finally, as the third step, what we did was we have reapportioned the service cost to individual uh, production departments, right? So that is the reapportioning part, right? So finally, now we will, after accumulating the production cost for the production departments, now we will assign that cost to individual products based on either the labor hours, machine hours, and there are some techniques that we can use uh, to determine or allocating the cost. Okay, so it says having allocated portioned all overheads, the next stage is absorption costing to add them to or absorb them to cost of production. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙතනදී අපි කරන්නේ අපි මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කිව්වා අපි මොකටද ඔය cost calculation එකක් කරන්නේ කියලා. මොකද අපි අන්තිමට ඒක production එකේ price එක decide කරන්නේ මෙන්න මේ cost එක මත. right? එතකොට මේක decide කරද්දී එතකොට අපි බලන්න ඕනේ මේ product එකට ගිය ඔක්කොම වියදම කොච්චරයිද. එතකොට ඒ අනුව අපි profit එක decide කරනවා. එතකොට profit calculation අපි ඉස්සරහදී ඉගෙන ගන්නවා කොයි විදිහටද profit එක calculate කරන්න කියලා. ඊට කලින් අපි බලන්නේ දැන් කොයි විදිහටද ඒ අපි overheads calculate අපි production departments වලට ඒ calculate කරපු overhead ටික overhead cost ටික individual department වලට බෙදන්නේ කියලා. right? So we in order to absorb the cost, right, overhead cost to individual products, we have to calculate a kind of a rate called overhead absorption rate. So we call it as predetermined overhead absorption rate. එතකොට මෙන්න මේ predetermined overhead absorption rate එක calculate කරගත්තට පස්සේ ඒ අදාළ product එකට යන පැය ගාන අනුව අපිට පුළුවන් මේ cost එක ඒ අදාළ product එකට allocate කරන්න. right? අපි බලමු කොහොමද ඒක කරන්න කියලා. එතකොට මේක තමයි ඒ formula එක. right? So the formula is overhead absorption rate equals budgeted overhead divided by activity level. මොකද්ද මේ activity level කියන්නේ? activity level කියන්නේ number of hours වෙන්න පුළුවන්, labor hours වෙන්න පුළුවන්, machine hours වෙන්න පුළුවන්, number of units වෙන්න පුළුවන්. right? එතකොට ඒ අනුව අපි බලනවා කොහොමද මේ absorption rate එක හොයාගන්නේ කියලා. right? So when it comes to overhead absorption, we can either decide the overhead absorption rate either based on the direct labor hours or machine hours. If the organization is based on heavily based on the machines, right? So if the company uses more machines to produce the products, then we can use the machine hour calculation to determine the overhead absorption rate and then calculate the cost relevant cost of the product, right? Otherwise, if it is heavily dependent on the labor, right? It says the craftsmanship, right? Craftsmanship, or it's designing part that needs manual labor. So in such an organization, we can divide the cost based on labor hours, right? So I will take an example and then see how it works, right? So here you can see we have the overhead cost. Can overhead cost එක මෙතන තියෙනවා. Department 1 එකේ 36000යි, Department 2 එකට 5000. එතකොට මෙතන ඕගලන්ට දීලා තියෙනවා එක එක ක්‍රයිටීරියස් වගේ. කියන්නේ මේ material cost එක කීයද, labor cost එක කීයද, machine hours කීයද, direct labor hours කීයද. ඊට පස්සේ අන්තිමට department production 2 එකේ units ගන්න දීලා තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට අපි කරන්නේ මෙන්න මේ information ටික අපි බලනවා, අපි decide කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ cost එක, overhead cost එක අපි product එකට product එකට අපි absorb කරන්නේ මොන rate එක අනුවද කියලා. කොට කරන්නේ අපි total overhead cost එක ගන්නවා 36000. ඒක අපිට පුළුවන් ඒ කියන්නේ material cost එක අනුව, labor cost එක අනුව නැත්නම් machine hours අනුව අපිට බෙදන්න. බෙදුවාම එනවා එක machine උදාහරණයක් විදිහට machine hours වලින් බෙදුවා කියන්නේ එතකොට එක machine hour එකකට කොච්චර cost එකක් වැය වෙලා තියෙනවද කියලා එනවා. ඒ අනුව අපි දන්නවා නම් යම්කිසි product එකක් හදන්න යන hours ගන්න. ඒ hours ගානෙන් වැඩි කරාම අපිට එනවා මේ product එකට අදාළ cost එක කීයද කියලා. right? ඒකට ඒ අනුව තමයි අපි final cost එක calculate කරන්න ගන්නේ. right. හරි අපි example එකක් කරමු. right. So it says the overhead cost, the cost of production department 1. It's given, it's 36,000. right? අපි හිතමු මේ production department එකේ products තුනක් යනවා කියලා. right? Product X and we have product Y and product Z. කියන්නේ X Y Z කියලා තුනක් යනවා කියලා හිතන්නකො. products තුනක් යනවා මේ production department එකේ වන්නේ. right? එතකොට මේකේ labor hours ගත්තොත් product X කියන එකට එකක් manufacture කරන්න අපි තමයි labor hours per unit. එක X කියන එක unit එකක් හදන්න labor hours අපි හිතමුකෝ 10ක් යනවා. Y කියන එක හදන්න අපි හිතමුකෝ 15ක් යනවා. Z කියන එක අපි හිතමුකෝ 12ක් යනවා කියලා. අපි දන්නවා එක එක product එකක් හදන්න යන කාලය. ගත වෙන කාලය කීයද? right? So we know how much time will it take to produce individual product, right? And then you already know the total cost. And let's say that the total labor hours. Again, ඔක්කොම labor hours ගන්න මේ period එකේ අපි බලමු කීයක් ගියාද කියලා මේ ගානම අපි ගමු. එතකොට මෙතනදී මෙතන labor hours ගන්න 18,000. right? එතකොට 18,000 ගිහලා තියෙනවා. දැන් මේ information ටික අපිට දීලා තියෙනවා කියලා හිතන්න. right? මේවා මම addition add කරේ products ටික මොකද ඔයගලන්ට පැහැදිලි කරන්න. right? එතකොට මේ අනුව අපි බලමු කොහොමද අපි මේ එක product එකට කොච්චර cost එකක් යනවද කියලා අපි බලමු මේ allocate කරන්නේ කොහොමද. right. මෙතන බලමු. එතකොට අපි මේ ෆෝමියුලා එකට දාන්න පුළුවන් අපිට. ෆෝමියුලා එක තමයි overhead absorption rate equals budgeted overhead divided by budgeted activity level. Right? So overhead absorption rate equals, right, budgeted overhead cost divided by budgeted activity level. Right? So in this case, in this scenario, in this example, we will use the activity level as labor hours, right? Not only labor hours, you can either use any sort of attribute. You can either use direct materials, direct labor, machine hours, right? Units of production, anything. And based on the parameter that you are taking, you can calculate the per head figure. So the example, per unit of material, what is the overhead cost? So likewise, you can calculate it, right? So, but in our example, I only take the labor hours, right? So අපි බලන්නේ එක labor hour එකක් යන්න එක labor hour එකකට කොච්චර overhead cost එකක් යනවද කියලා. එතකොට මේක අනුව අපි කොටුවා 36,000 තමයි total overhead cost එක divided by 18,000. So it will be $2 per hour. Right? එතකොට මේ අනුව අපිට පුළුවන් එක right එතකොට එක යුනිට් එකකට ඒකේ යුනිට් එකක් අපි දන්නවා පැය 10ක් යනවා කියලා. ඒ අනුව number of units අනුව අපිට පුළුවන් කොච්චර cost එකක් ගියාද කියලා මේ product එකට හොයාගන්න. right? ඒකට අපි මෙතනින් කරන්නේ අපි එක rate එකක් හොයාගන්නවා. ඒකට අපි කියනවා overhead absorption rate කියලා. එතකොට මේ පැයකට කොච්චර cost එකක් ගියාද? right? හරි ඔයගොල්ලෝ මේකේ screenshot එකක් ගහගන්න. right? නැත්නම් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ලියාගන්න. right? You can either write this down or you can take a screenshot. right? හරි අපි ඊළඟ example එකට යමු. මේ department 2 එක. එතකොට ඒක බෙදුවේ units ගන්න එක. ඒතකොට units ගන්න අනුව එක unit එකකට එවන $5ක overhead cost එකක් යනවා. right? ඒක තමයි ඒක meaning. right? අපි බලමු ඊළඟ concept එක. ඒක තමයි blanket absorption rate එක කියලා. ඒතකොට same concept එකේම අපි බලනවා අපි කොයි විදියටද a department wise සහ overall organizational wise overhead absorption rate එක calculate කරන්නේ. right? So in here we have two definitions of overhead absorption rate. One is a common value for all the department. ඒ කියන්නේ එක value එකක් අපි define කරනවා මුළු organization එකට. ඒකට අපි කියනවා factory overhead absorption rate කියලා. exam එකකට එන්න පුළුවන් ඔයගලන්ට figures දීලා ඒක department wise කොච්චර cost එකක් යනවද දීලා කියන්න පුළුවන් what is calculate the factory overhead absorption rate or calculate the overhead cost of department 1. මේ වගේ ඒ වගේ එන්න පුළුවන් questions exam එකට, right? ඒකට මේක exam එකේදී අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම අහන ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ගොඩක් ඔහුගේ exam question paper වල අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේ blanket absorption rate එක ගැන අහලා තියෙනවා. මොකද ඔයගලන්ටම තේරෙයි ගිය සතියේ අපි කරේ ගොඩක් theory ඒවා lengthy questions, right? ගොඩක්ම lengthy ඒවා. එතකොට අපි exam එකේදී ඒ වගේ දේවල් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වගේ දේවල් calculate කරන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් ඔයගලගේ knowledge එකට තමයි අපි කරේ. මොකද ඔයගලන්ගේ base foundation එක නැතුව ඔයගලන්ට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ මේක මොකද්ද මේ කරන්නේ කියලා. එතකොට අපි එතකොට බලන්නේ ඒ questions වලින් අපි බලන්නේ measure කරන්නේ ඔයගලගේ knowledge එක සහ ඒ questions විනාඩි දෙකක් ඇතුළත ඔයගොල්ලෝ answer කරන්න පුළුවන් ඒවා තමයි අපි කරන්නේ. right? එතකොට අපි එතකොට ඔයගලන්ටම තේරෙයි මම examples කොහොමද කරනවා exercise උත් කරනවා සහ revision උත් කරනවා. ඔයගලන්ට තියෙන්නේ focus එක දෙන්න attendance එක හරියට තියාගන්න. එතකොට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඔයගලන්ට කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැතුව මේක pass වෙන්න පුළුවන්. right? right. දැන් අපි බලමු කොහොමද blanket absorption rate එක හොයන්නේ කියලා. right? So in this example you can see we have two departments, right? Right. So in this example we have two departments, right? One department has a overhead cost of 360,000 and the other department have overhead cost of 200,000 and total overhead cost, right? That is the sum of department 1 and 2 is 560,000. And these are the budgeted figures of the labor hours. So department 1 we have labor hours 200,000, department 2 40,000 hours. Finally, in total, we have 240,000 hours. Right? Now we can so what we need to do is we have to calculate the factory overhead, right? Factory overhead absorption rate. එතකොට අපි ඒකට ගන්නේ එකම ෆෝමියුලා එක. මොකද්ද? Budgeted cost divided by budgeted activity level. Activity level කියන්නේ එක්කෝ labor hours ගන්න, නැත්නම් machine hours ගන්න, නැත්නම් number of units ගන්න. මේ මොකක් කරනවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් මේ activity level එක කියන්නේ. right? මතක තියාගන්න. ඒකට budgeted cost එක දැන් අපි බලන්නේ overhead factory overhead absorption rate. ඒකට factory overhead absorption rate එක කිව්වම මෙතන ඔයගොල්ලන් keyword එක තමයි factory කියන්නේ. එහෙමනම් ඒක mean කරන්නේ මුළු organization එකේම common absorption rate එකක් ගන්න. ඒකට ඒ rate එක අනුව තමයි අපි පැයකට ගන්න හොයලා අපි මේ products අනුව අපි assign කරන්න පුළුවන්. right? මේ product මේ unit මේ product එක හදන්න අපිට මෙච්චර පැය ගන්නක් යනවා. එතන පැය 10ක් යනවා. එහෙනම් overhead අපි මෙන්න මේ cost මෙන්න මේ cost එක අපි allocate කරන්න ඕනේ overhead එකක් විදිහට මේක pricing වලදී. ඒකද pricing වලදී material විතරක් නෙමෙයි. ආට ඕනන්න කිව්වා අපි overhead කියලා mean කරන්නේ other than material and labor, direct material and direct labor, any other cost that incurring the organization. It can be the cost of the rent, cost of the insurance, cost of the depreciation, cost of the head office, right? Cost of the marketing, distribution, production, anything. Right? Sorry, not production. Production overhead, like the repairs of the main machines and the security guard cost of the production department, warehouse cost, like this, right? So in this case, so we are calculating an overhead absorption rate for whole organization, right? So the budgeted cost would be cost of department 1 plus cost of department 2 divided by So in this case, we use the activity level as the direct labor hours, right? ඒතකොට organization එක පුළුවන් කැමති activity level එකක් ගන්න හැබැයි ඒක logical වෙන්න. right? දැන් මෙතනදී ඔයගොල්ලන්ට activity level එකේ විදිහට ගන්න පුළුවන්ද machine hours කියන එක? ගන්න බෑ. මොකද මේකේ දීලා තියෙන labor hours, right? එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලන්ට horse power කියන එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. ගන්න බෑ. මොකද මේකේ horse power දීලා නැහැ. labor hours විතරයි දීලා. right? ඒ අනුව ඔයගොල්ලෝ බලන්න ඕනේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට වඩාත්ම suitable එක මොකක්ද කියලා. Right. Cost of department 1 and cost of department 2 divided by labor hours of department 1 plus labor hours of department 2. right? ඔයගලන්ට තේරෙන්නේ නැති දෙයක් කියනවා නම් ඒ වෙලාවෙම අහන්න. මම බොහොම සරල විදිහට ගන්නන්නේ තේරෙන්නේ නැත්තම් කියන්න. right? Right. So the department 1, the total cost is 360,000 plus department 2, the total cost is 200,000. Right? And then we have to divide it by the total labor hours, right? So the labor hours of department 1 is 200,000 hours. And labor hours of department 2 is 40,000. Right? Got it? So altogether it will be 560,000 divided by 240,000. So the answer is the factory overhead absorption rate. The answer is 2.33. එතකොට අපි මුළු ෆැක්ටරි එකටම common rate එකක් ගන්නවා නම් අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න වෙන්නේ එහෙමනම් මේ rate එක කීයද 2.33 කියන rate. right? එතකොට ඔයගලන්ගේ exam එකට අහන්න පුළුවන් department wise cost එක දීලා right. What would be the suitable overhead absorption rate? So then you have to calculate. Right? Any questions? මේක answer එක දීලා තියෙන ටියුට් එකේ. මේ අපි කතා කරේ factory overhead absorption rate එක. right? ඊට අමතරව අපිට පුළුවන් department wise overhead absorption rate එක හොයන්න. එතකොට company එක decide කරන්න පුළුවන් right. ඒක department වලට වෙන වෙනම අපි cost එක allocate කරන්න rate එක වෙනවද එහෙම නැත්නම් තනි එකක් ගන්නවද කියලා. ඒක department manager ගේ අතේ තමයි තියෙන්නේ. right? එතකොට අපි calculate කරන්න පුළුවන් මොකද්ද එක එක department වල cost එක කීයද කියන්නේ සහ overall ගත්තොත් labor per hour cost එක කීයද right? හරි දැන් අපි බලමු department wise cost එක කීයද. Now we will calculate the absolute absorption rate of department equals budgeted overhead absorption cost divided by labor hours or activity level. Right? Overhead absorption cost එක කීයද? Department 1 is 360,000. So the overhead absorption cost, oh sorry, budgeted overhead So the budgeted overhead cost is 36,000 divided by budgeted activity level. That means the labor hours of department 1 is 200,000 hours, right? So the department 1 cost would be 1.8, right? It's $1.8 per hour. Right? And then we can do the calculation for the overhead absorption rate for the department 2, second department, right? That is budgeted overhead cost of department 2 divided by budgeted activity level, right? So the cost of uh, budgeted overhead cost of department 2 is 200,000 divided by the budgeted direct labor hours, which is 40,000 hours. So the 200,000 divided by 40,000 will be $5 per hour. දැන් ඔයගලන්ට පේන්නේ එක එක values තමයි ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ, right? එතකොට අපි overall එක ගත්තොත් 2.33. එතකොට department 1 2 දෙක එකතු කරලා ඔක්කොම එකතු කරලා ගත්තොත් අපිට ඒ per unit cost එක එන්නේ per unit per labor hour cost එක වෙන්නේ 2.3. So if we take department 1, the individual departments and the department 1 per labor hour cost would be 1.8, and for department 2 it will be $5. එතකොට exam එකට මෙන්න මේ වගේව තමයි එන්නේ. මේක දීලා ඒ කියන්නේ figures ටික දීලා අපි අහනවා what is the factory overhead absorption rate. So we can ask what is the overhead absorption rate of department 1 or 2, right? හරි මේක ලියා ගන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. මේ ඕගලන්ට දීලා තියෙන්නේ මෙතන උඩ. මෙන්න මේ exercise එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ කරන්න. කල්පනා කරලා බලලා කරන්න. I will give you 5 minutes. Do this exercise, right? So you have to calculate the machine hour absorption rate. So the formula එක මම මෙතන paste කරන්න. මේක තමයි formula. Right? ඔයාලට පහක් දෙන්න ඔයගොල්ලෝ try කරලා මේ උත්තරේ දාන්න chat එකේ. Right? So you can provide the answer, calculate the answer, and you can provide the answer in the chat. Okay, so hope you have done it. So let's do this. So in the exercise, it says, so we have a couple of answers as well. Good that you are trying this one, right? So as per the exercise, right? So you were given information, right? So you were given budgeted information as well as actual information, right? So you have budgeted machine hours, 25,000, actual machine hours, 21,875, budgeted overheads, 350,000, and actual overheads, 350,000. Right? And based on the above data, what is the machine hour absorption rate as conventionally calculated? Right? ඔගොල්ලෝ බලන්න ඕනේ මොකද්ද මුලින් බලන්න ඕනේ මොකද්ද ෆෝමියුලා එක ඇප්ලයි කරන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ හොඳට කියවන්න මොකද්ද ෆෝමියුලා එකේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒකට ෆෝමියුලා එක මම එක්සෑම් එකට දෙනවා කොහොමද? හැබැයි ඔගොල්ලෝ මේ ෆෝමියුලා එකකින් තියෙන අදහස දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ සහ මොකටද ඇප්ලයි වෙන්නේ කියන එක දැනගෙන ඉන්න. right ඒතකොට මෙතනදී කියන්නේ absorption rate එක තමයි අපිට හොයන්න කියලා තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි absorption rate එක හොයද්දී බලන්න මොකකින් මොකද බෙදලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. එතනදී අරන් තියෙන්නේ budgeted overhead divided by budgeted activity level. කියන්නේ budgeted cost එක තමයි අපි අරන් තියෙන්නේ සහ budgeted activity level. activity level කියන්නේ එක්ක machine hours වෙන්න පුළුවන්, labor hours වෙන්න පුළුවන්. right so in this scenario so we have to take the budgeted values, right? So the weight absorption rate equals budgeted overhead. Budgeted overhead cost. Budgeted overhead cost key the budgeted overheads 350,000. right? ඒකට ඔයගලන්ට ඒක තියෙනවා. මොකද actual overhead එකයි budgeted overhead එකයි දෙකම සමානයි ප්‍රශ්නය නෙමෙයි. ඊළඟ එක තමයි tricky එක budgeted activity level. right? So in the budgeted activity level you have to take the budgeted figure. What is the budgeted machine hours? So activity level either if the in the exercise or in the scenario if it is given as machine numbers you can take the activity level as machine numbers. So in the example or scenario if it is relating to the labor hours then the activity level would be labor hours, right? එතකොට hard and fast rule එකක් නැහැ activity level කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා company එක වෙනස්, right? මෙතනදී මේක machine oriented company එකක්. කියන්නේ machinery වලින් තමයි production එක කෙරෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපි සාමාන්‍ය logically ගන්නෙ මේ machine hours, right? එතකොට මෙතනදී බලන්න ඕනේ budgeted කියන වචනේ. මම budgeted machine hours තමයි ගන්නවා. කීයද budgeted machine hours කියන්නේ 25,000. 25,000, right? So 350,000 divided by 25,000 would be how much? 14. $14 per machine hour. $14 per machine hour. So what I'm gonna answer again B, right? So the answer is B. right. ඔගොල්ලෝ මේක ලියා ගන්න ඉන්න, right? මොකද මේ වගේ ඒවා තමයි exam එකට එන්නේ. right? right. හරි ඔගොල්ලෝ ස්ක්‍රීන්ෂොට් එකක් ගන්න ඇති කියලා මම හිතනවා. right? අපි එහෙමනම් ඊළඟ lesson එකට යමු. ඊට පස්සේ අපි calculate කරන්න. තව කාට හරි වෙලාව වුණනම් කියන්න. right? නැත්නම් ඔයගොල්ලෝ screenshot එකක් ගන්න. හරි ඊළඟ එකත් සෑහෙන important මේ වගේ එකත් මේ part එකත් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට exam එකේදී අහනවා. Right? So now we are discussing about over and under absorption. Right? So initially we calculated the budgeted overhead rate. So after calculating the budgeted overhead rate, you can apply when deciding on the pricing of the products, you can apply that overhead rate, right? And then calculate what is the overhead cost of the particular product. And you can add that overhead cost to the pricing, to the total cost of that product. And based on the total cost, then you can decide on the profit. And then you can set up a selling price, right? Now we will discuss. So, okay, we have decided this will be the budgeted overhead rate. Then for the calculation of the profit and loss, we have to take a figure. So normally, the actual overheads will be calculated at the end of the year, right? But if you need reports to be calculated before the year end, right? For the decision-making purpose, you need to include what will be the overhead cost of that particular period. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ estimated value එක අපි කියන absorb value එකක් දානවා. actual එක නෙවෙයි absorb value එක. ඊට පස්සේ අන්තිමට තමයි actual value එක දාලා අපි statement profit and loss statement හදන්නේ. right? ඒකත් අපි හදනවා ඊට පස්සේ ඊළඟ lesson එකේ ඊට පස්සේ පාඩම costing පාඩම. right? ඒතකොට මෙතනදී ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ idea එක ගන්න. right? actual cost එක වෙනම තියෙනවා. void absorb cost එක වෙනම තියෙනවා. සහ budgeted cost එක වෙනම තියෙනවා. ඒකට මේක concepts තුනක්. එකක් budgeted cost එක, අනිත් එක overhead absorb cost එක. absorb cost එක තමයි අපි P&L එකට දාන්නේ. කියන්නේ profit එක calculate කරන්නේ. ඊළඟට අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිමේදී එනවා actual cost, right? So there are three types of cost that you have to keep in mind. First one is the budgeted cost. We already use the budgeted cost to calculate the overhead absorption rate. And then we use the budgeted overhead absorption rate, multiply with the actual figures of the labor hours to calculate the overhead absorbed value, right? Because the actual cost of the overheads, we cannot identify it until the year end, right? But we know what are the actual figures for the production. For the production එක ඉවරයි. sell කරන කලින් production එක කරනවානේ. එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා කොච්චර hours ගාණක් මේකට consume වෙලා තියෙනවද කියලා. මොකද ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ production එක කරාට පස්සේ ඒක ඊළඟට ඒ sales department එකකින් කියවන කඩවල වලට. කොට ඒ වෙද්දී ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්නවා කොච්චර hours ගාණක් product එකට ගියාද. ඒ අන්න ඒ අනුව ඔයාලට පුළුවන් overhead absorb value එක ඒ overhead cost එක absorb කරපු value එක ඔයාලට calculate කරගන්න. ඒකත් estimated ගාණක් තමයි. ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්ද අන්තිමේදී total cost එක අරගෙන ඔයාලට පුළුවන් actual cost එක කීයද කියලා බලන්න. එතකොට අපි මෙතනදී over under absorption costing කියලා කියන්නේ අපි තමකෝ actual labor hours අනුව අපි කියනවා right. අපිට ගියා overhead absorb එක ගියා මේ production line එකට $1000. හිතන්නකෝ අන්තිමට අපි ඒක absorb කරපු value එක $1000. ඒක තමයි අපි P&L එකට දැම්මේ. හැබැයි අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිමේදී මෙන්න actual ගාන එනවා 1000 නෙවෙයි ඊට වඩා වැඩි. ඒකට හිතන්නකෝ 1200 තමයි actual එක. අපි absorb කරේ 1000කට actual එක 1200. එතකොට absorb කරපු ගාන actual එකට වඩා අඩුයි. එහෙනම් ඒක under absorption එක. ඒක උක අනිත් පැත්ත ගත්තොත් හිතන්නකෝ absorb කරපු ගාන actual එකට වඩා වැඩි වුණොත් එතකොට අපිට කියනවා over absorption. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඕගොල්ලන්ට පාඩ තාම තේරුම් නැතුව ඇති. අපි example එකකින්ම මේක කරමු. Right? So here you can see, right? So suppose that the budgeted overhead in a production department is 80,000. right? එතකොට 80,000 තමයි budgeted overhead. And the budgeted activity is 40,000. Right? Budgeted activity is 40,000 hours. එතකොට budgeted overhead එක දීලා තියෙනවා, budgeted activity එක දීලා තියෙනවා. අපි දන්නවා overhead absorption rate එක හොයන්න. මොකද overhead absorption rate එක budgeted values වලින් තමයි ගන්න. ඒක budgeted වෙනවා කියන්නේ ගිය අවුරුද්දේ actual cost එකයි ගිය අවුරුද්දේ actual hours එකයි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි budget කරන්නේ. right? එතකොට ඒ අනුව අපි ඉන්නවා $2. 80,000 divided by 40,000 will be $2 per labor hour. එතකොට අපි දන්නවා budgeted value එක. actual එක නෙවෙයි budgeted. So actual overheads for the period. period එක අන්තිමේදී actual එක 84,000 කියලා ගණන් තියාගන්න. right? හැබැයි මේ period එක අන්තිමේදී තමයි, ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු අන්තිමේදී තමයි මේ 84,000 අපිට මේ figure එකේ ඊට කලින් අපි P&L එක හදද්දී අපි overhead absorb කරගන්නවා මෙන්න මේ actual labor hours ගන්න. එතකොට අපි කරන්නේ overhead incurred, ඒ කියන්නේ එතකොට අපි කරන්නේ overhead absorb කියන එක calculate කරගන්න. right? So we are calculating P. right? එතකොට මෙතනදී ගත්තොත් එතන කියනවා budgeted overhead costs. Here 80,000. ඊට පස්සේ තියෙනවා budgeted activity and labor hours. මේ දීලා තියෙන labor hours. Here 40,000 hours. එතකොට අපි දන්නවා budgeted overhead absorption rate එක. අපි දන්නවා කොහොමද rate එක ගන්න කියලා. budgeted overhead divided by budgeted activity level. ඒ කියන්නේ budgeted overhead එක කියන්නේ 80,000 divided by budgeted activity level is the budgeted labor hours. මේ ඔක්කොම budget කරපු 40,000. එහෙනම් overhead absorption rate එක කීයද? $2 per hour. right? $2 per labor. මේක දීලා තියෙනවා. ඒතර මේක දීලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් මම උගලන්න මේ කැල්කියුලේට් කරලා පෙන්නුවේ මෙන්න මේ විදිහට තමයි ඒක හැදුවේ කියලා පෙන්වනවා. right? එහෙනම් එතකොට අපි කරන්නේ අපි interim accounts වල අපි profit එක හදනවා management account වල. මේ financial accounting නේ management account. management account වලින් profit එක හදද්දී අපි absorb කරගන්නවා overhead එක කීයද කියලා ඒ product එකට. එතකොට අපි ඒකට කියන්නේ overhead absorb. එතකොට ඒක calculate කරන්නේ overhead budgeted overhead absorption rate into actual labor hours. ඇයි අපි මෙතන actual labor hours ගත්තේ? මොකද ඒ වෙනකොට අපි දන්නවා කියන්නේ product එක market එක යවන්න කලින් product එක හදලා ඉවරුනහම අපි දන්නවා කොච්චර labor hours ගියාද කියලා. දැන් වායිතන හොටෙල් එක restaurant එකේදී ඒ අදාළ buffet එක prepare කරාට පස්සේ අපි දන්නවා ඒ buffet එක prepare කරන්න කොච්චර labor hours යනවද කියලා ඒ cookler. ඒක අන්න ඒ වගේම තමයි මෙතන. ඒ අනුව අපිට අර overhead absorption rate එක calculate කරාට පස්සේ previous years වල figures වලින් මේ budgeted value. ඒකට actual hours දන්නවා නම් අපිට පුළුවන් right මෙන්න මේ වගේ ගාණක් තමයි දල වශයෙන් යන්නේ කියලා අපි assume කරලා ඒක අපි calculation වලට ගන්න. ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුදු අන්තිමේදී අපි adjustment එකක් කරනවා. මේක වැඩියෙන් ගිහිලාද අඩුවෙන් ගිහිලාද? මම ඔයගලන්ට පෙන්නන adjustment එක කරන විදිහට. Right? So the budgeted overhead absorption rate is $2 per labor hour into actual labor hours. Actual labor hours කීයද? කියලා තියෙනවා actual overheads period එක 84000යි. හැබැයි ඒක අවුරුදු අන්තිමට තමයි ඒක අපි දැනගන්නේ. ඊට කලින් අපි දන්නවා direct labor hours 45000 මෙතනදී කියලා තියෙනවා. Right? So the actual labor hours would be 45,000 hours. එතකොට අපිට එනවා overhead absorb කරපු ප්‍රමාණය. ඒ කියන්නේ 2 into 45,000 which is 90,000. Right? ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්ද අන්තිමේදී අපි දන්නවා actual overhead cost එක කීයද? කීයද actual overhead cost එක? කීයද? 84,000. 84,000. එතකොට අපි කීයකද adjustment එකක් කරන්නේ? 6,000 adjustment එකක් කරන්න වෙනවා. මොකද අපි overhead absorb කරපු ගාන ඇත්ත ගානට වඩා අඩුවෙන් තමයි වැඩියෙන් තමයි overhead absorb කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒකට අපි මෙතනදී overhead absorb කරපු ගාන ඇත්තටම කියනවා නම් වැඩි. එහෙනම් over absorption එක. Right? So we can see there is a overhead absorption. Is the amount will be 90,000 minus 84,000, which will be 6,000 over absorption. අපි cost එක මොකක්ද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? වැඩිපුර අපි තියලා තියෙන්නේ. වැඩිපුර තියලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ වැඩිපුර තියන තාන්න තමයි මේ 6,000 කියලා කියන්නේ. Right? මේක තේරුණා. ඒකට අපි අන්තිමට derive කරන්නේ මේකේ adjustment එක කීයද කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ difference එක කීයද කියලා actual එකේ overhead absorb කරපු. Right? Any questions so far? මහත් තේරෙන්නේ නැති දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් කියන්න. Right. හරි. මේක කරන්න ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඕනනම් මේක ලියා ගන්න නැත්නම් මේක ස්ක්‍රීන්ෂොට් එකක් ගහ ගන්න. Right? හරි. අපි තව example ඔයගොල්ලන් කරන්න මේ alright. So the reasons for under absorption, so the reasons would be the actual overhead costs are different from budgeted overheads. ඒ කියන්නේ actual cost එක ඒ කියන්නේ මේ වගේ variance එකක් එන්න මේ වගේ variance එකක් එන්න reasons තමයි කියන්නේ මේ වගේ 6000ක variance එකක් ආවේ. Working the actual overhead cost different from budgeted overheads. ඊළඟට actual activity level ඒ කියන්නේ actual labor hours වෙනස් වෙනවා අපි calculation එකට ගත්ත budgeted LS එකකින් නැත්නම් මේ දෙකම වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් cost එකත් වෙනස් වෙනවා actual labor hours උත් වෙනස් වෙනවා ඒකෙන්ද තමයි මේ වගේ difference එකක් එනවා. මතකද? Right. Okay, now I will give you 5 minutes. Do this as well. So you need to calculate whether it's a overabsorption or underabsorption. Right? I will give you 5 minutes. Right. Let's do this. It says in the exercise, it says determine whether the overhead in each of the two production departments of the company is under or over. Right. So we have two departments, forming and machines, right? And in each department, the absorption rate is given, right? So we can first note the information, right? So we have two departments, forming and machines, right? So we have two departments, forming department and machine department. And in each department, overhead absorption rate is given. In the forming department, the overhead absorption rate is $2.5 per hour. So it will be labor hour, right? Per labor. And machines, it will be how much? $5.5 per machine hour. So for each department, you can see there are two overhead absorption rate, right? You can remember that in here also, in this scenario also, for each department, we have calculated two overhead absorption rates, right? Similarly, in this example also, for these two departments, we have different absorption rates because in the forming department, it's more labor basic, right? Labor hours intensive. So that's why the labor hour rate is calculated. But in the machine department, it's mainly driven by machines. That's why the machinery hour rate is being calculated. Right. And then we are given with the actual direct labor hours. So for the forming department, it's 5,370 hours. And for machines, it'll be 950 hours. That's the labor hours. Labor hours වැඩියම කියලා තියෙන්නේ forming department වල machine department වලට සාපේක්ෂව සෑහෙන අඩුයි. මොකද machine වල ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන laborers ලගේ hours ගන්න තමයි මෙතනට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. Right? So the next one is the actual machine hours. Actual machine hours ගන්න ගත්තොත් forming department එකේ 1300 and machines department එකේ the machine hours ගන්න වැඩි 6370. Right. Now the actual overhead is also given. How much? 13,900 for forming department and 30,300 for machine department. So now you have to calculate what is the over absorption cost, whether it's a over absorption or under absorption. So in order to calculate the over, or in order to decide on whether there is a overhead absorption in forming department or overhead absorption in machine department or under absorption, so you have to compare or you have to calculate the overhead absorbed value, right? Overhead absorbed value. So this information we need, and the other information is overhead absorbed value. Overhead absorbed soon after the production is completed, we can calculate the cost, right? The cost we will calculate based on this overhead absorbed values. Right. So what is the overhead absorbed? Overhead absorbed is, I told you the formula. The formula is actual hours into, it might be labor hours, or it might be machine hours, right? Actual hours into OAR. What does it mean by OAR? What OAR කියලා කියන්නේ? Overhead absorption rate. ඒක critical කියන්නේ overhead absorption rate, right? OAR. So we can calculate it, or actual hours we know. So that for warming department, it's based on labor hours. So it will be actual hours would be how much? 5370 hours into per cost, sorry, per unit labor hour, sorry, the cost of per labor hour is $2.5, right? So the answer is 13,420. Okay. Other one, for the machines department, it will be 6,370 hours into 5.5 is the machine hour rate. So the answer is 35,030. Then we can calculate whether it's a over or under absorption. අපි බලමු ඕ එකක්ද අnder එකක්ද කියලා. මේකේ void absorb value එක තමයි මේකේ. ඒක තමයි අපි compare කරලා බලන්නේ. right? එතකොට මෙතන ඔයගලන්ට පේන්නේ එතන 13,900 actual value එක අපි ඊට වඩා අඩුවෙන් තමයි අපි තියලා තියෙන්නේ absorption rate එකේ. එහෙනම් ඒක under absorption එකක් කියන 13,000, so 13,025 minus 100, it's $475. 475 වල under absorption එකක් තමයි යන්නේ. නමුත් මෙතන ගත්තොත් ඒක බලමු එතකොට 35,000 තමයි අපි absorb කරලා තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් actual ගියපු ගාන ඊට වඩා වැඩි. එවනම් අඩුවෙන් තියලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒකෙත් අඩුවෙන් තියලා තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් ඒකත් under absorption එකක් වෙනවා. under absorption. sorry මේක අපි under absorption එකක් නෙවෙයි. sorry. අඩුවෙන් නෙවෙයි තියලා තියෙන්නේ. 35,000ක් තියලා තියෙනවා 30,000යි තියලා තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් sorry 35,000ක් අපි තියලා තියෙනවා ගණන් තියලා තියෙනවා estimate value එක. නමුත් අපිට කියලා තියෙන්නේ 30,000. ඒතර අපි හැම අඩුවෙන් නෙවෙයි වැඩියෙන් තියලා තියෙන්නේ over absorption. එතනදී උනේ අපි තියලා තියෙනවා estimate කරපු ගාන 13,400යි. නමුත් actual ගාන ඊට වඩා වැඩි. එතනදී අපි තියලා තියෙන්නේ අපි estimate කරලා තියෙන 35,000. නමුත් actual ගාන ඊට වඩා සෑහෙන අඩුයි. So the actual cost is so OA absorption value is 35, 30. So the overhead absorption is 4,730. right? හරි. ඔයගොල්ලෝ කරේ නැත්නම් මේක එක්ක ස්ක්‍රීන්ෂොට් එකක් ගන්න නැත්නම් ලියා ගන්න. මොනවා හරි ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා නම් ආපහු සැරයක් මේක වෙදරදී කරන්න. එතකොට ඔළුවට යනවා. හැමතිස්සෙම බලන්න මොකද්ද මේ over absorption කියන්නේ? over absorption කියන්නේ අපි estimate කරපු ගාන actual labor hours වලින් estimate කරපු ගාන actual ගානට වඩා අඩු නම් අපි කියනවා ඒවා under absorption කියලා. actual ගානට වඩා වැඩි නම් අපි estimate කරපු ගාන අපි කියනවා over absorption කියලා. right? හරි මේක ලියා ගන්න. right? Subscription rate නෑ මේක ටිකක් advanced calculation එකක් තියෙන මේක අවශ්‍ය නැහැ කරන්න ඔයගොල්ලෝ confuse වෙයි ඒක අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. Okay. හරි ඊට පස්සේ summary එක ගත්තොත් අපි මුලින්ම costing allocation එක කරේ. එතකොට අපි ආපහු කිව්වොත් යම්කිසි cost එකක් අපිට පුළුවන් නම් යම්කිසි department එකකට ඒක කෙලින්ම identify කරගන්න. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට අපි දුන්නොත් maintenance department එකේ maintenance worker කෙනෙක්ගේ wage එක. ඒකට අපි දන්නවා එහෙනම් ඒක අයිති වෙන්නේ maintenance department එකට. finance director ගේ wage එක. එහෙනම් අපි දන්නවා ඒක finance department එකට අයිති වෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේ එකට අපි කියනවා cost allocation කියලා. මේ terms මතක තියාගන්න cost allocation. Then the same cost is shared by several departments, right? Then we use kind of a basis to apportion the cost. So we call that method as cost apportionment. Apportionment කියන්නේ එක cost එකක් departments කිහිපයකට අයිති වෙනවා නම් for example it's rent cost වෙන්න පුළුවන්. the security guard cost එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒෂියා cost එකක් කොයි විදිහට අපි බෙදන්නේ කියලා අපි in detail කරා ගිය සතියේ. අමතක නම් recording එක අහන්න. notes බලන්න. Right? So second method is the apportionment. And the third method is when you calculate, after you calculating each department cost, especially the maintenance department or any other service departments, you have to redistribute that cost of that service departments to production department. So for that, we use two methods, direct method and indirect method. Sorry, direct method and the repeated distribution method. Right. After that, we calculate today the absorption rate. Absorption rate we are calculating taking the previous year values, maybe budgeted values. It will be budgeted cost divided by budget overhead cost divided by budgeted activity level. The activity level, we can take the activity level, for example, as labor hours, or we can take the activity level as machine hours or number of units produced. Likewise, based on the requirement, based on the nature of the organization, you can take whatever reasonable activity level for the calculation of the absorption rate. And then when you know the actual labor hours or machine hours, then you can calculate what will be the weight absorbed for that particular product. And finally, at the year end, when you get the information of the actual weight cost, then you can compare the absorbed value with the actual overhead value, and then we will do the necessary adjustment. It can be an over absorption or under absorption. Then you have to make the necessary adjustment, right? හරි එතනින් මේ පාඩම ඉවරයි. අපි ඊට පස්සේ තව පාඩමක් පටන් ගන්නවා. right? ඒක costing methods, right? ඒකට අපි කියන marginal and absorption costing. ඒකෙදි අපි ඉගෙන ගන්නවා different profit calculation methods දෙකක් ගැන. right? අපි පොඩි break එකක් අරන් ඒකට යමු. දැන් 8:20 අපි 20 minutes වගේ break එකක් ගමු. 8:20 නෙමෙයි. right. right. then join වෙනවා right. oh okay අපි දැන් overhead පාඩම ඉවරයි. අපි ඊළඟට කරන්න යන්නේ marginal and absorption costing. අපි පොඩි break එකක් ගමු. දැන් වෙලාව 4:20යි. අපි 4:40ට හම්බ වෙනවා. right? 4:20යි. හරිනේ 4:20යි නේද ඔයගොල්ලෝ වෙලාව. 4:20යි 4:40ට අපි හම්බ වෙනවා. හම්බ වෙලා අපි marginal and absorption costing පටන් ගමු. මේ මම tube එක share කරලා තියෙන්නේ. right? ඒකේ ඒක download කරගෙන ඉන්න. මේක මිස් කරන්න එපා අනිවාර්යෙන්ම සහභාගී වෙන්න කට්ටිය. right? අපි 4:40ට හම්බ. right? 4:40 වලට හම්බ. Right. Let's start the next chapter. So it's called marginal and absorptional cost. Right? Marginal and absorptional cost. Right. So in this chapter, we will use to calculate the profit, right? Based on two mechanisms. One is using marginal costing and other one is using absorptional costing, right? Okay, so I hope you can see this, right? Okay. Right. Marginal costing. So what does it mean by marginal costing? Right? Marginal costing is a variable cost of one unit of product, is a cost that incur one unit of product or service. Right? So it's a variable cost. ඒ කියන්නේ additional එක unit එකක් හදන්න යන වියදම තමයි සරලව කිව්වොත් marginal cost එක කියන්නේ. Right? It can be the combination of the labor cost and the material cost, right? So it's the cost that will incur in order to calculate one additional unit of the product, right? And also marginal cost is refers to the component of the cost of one unit of production or service, which would increase if one extra unit were produced. ඒ කියන්නේ එක unit එකක් හැදුවාම මොකද වෙන්නේ? additional unit එකක් හැදුවාම මොකද වෙන්නේ? right? additional unit එකක්. මම කියන්නේ අපි හිතමුකෝ ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ production department එක budget කරනවා units 1000ක් හදන්න අප්‍රේල් මාසෙ. right? ඔයා unit 1001 වෙනි එක හැදුවොත් additionally වාට යන්නේ මොන cost එක? වාට යන්නේ ඒක හදන්න යන අමුද්‍රව්‍ය materials වල ගානයි. ඒකට labor යනවා නම් labor ගාන විතරයි. හැබැයි අනිත් ඒවා බැලුවොත් fixed cost වගේ ඒවා බැලුවොත් ඒ කියන්නේ rent cost එකයි premises එකේ warehouse cost එක security cost එක ඔක්කොම already එක බලපෑමක් නැහැ additional cost එක additional unit එක හදන්න. right? එතකොට අන්න ඒ additional unit එක හදන්න යන ගානට අපි තව නමක් කියනවා variable cost කියලා. right? So it will be the variable cost including the direct material cost and the variable production overhead cost. Right? That is another term is variable cost. Marginal cost එකට තව නමක් තමයි variable cost කියලා කියන්නේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ මතක තියාගන්න variable marginal cost කියලා කියන්නේ variable cost එක. ඒ මොකද්ද? extra unit එක additional unit එකක් හදන්න යන වියදම තමයි marginal cost. එතකොට additional unit එකක් හදද්දී අපිට එහෙමනම් cost එකක් යනවා මොකටද? marginal material cost එකක් වගේම labor cost එකක් යනවා. ඊට අමතරව එක unit එකක් හැදුවාම මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඔයාට revenue එකත් වැඩි වෙනවා. මොකද ඔයා තව වැඩිපුර unit එකක් හදනවා. ඒක ඔයා sell කරනවා. sell කරාට පස්සේ ඔයාට additional revenue එකක් generate කරන්න පුළුවන් ඒ අලුත් unit එකකින්. ඒ වගේම profit එකකුත් එනවා. මොකද ඔයා cost එක cover කරගන්න නෙවෙයි විකුණන්නේ. cost එකට වඩා වැඩියෙන්නේ pricing එක තියලා විකුණන්නේ. එහෙමනම් profit එකකුත් එනවා. ඒ අනුව බැලුවොත් if you design or create or produce an additional unit, then the cost will increase by its variable direct cost, like direct material cost, direct labor cost, and direct other costs. And also, by selling an extra unit, you will generate an additional revenue as well as ultimately at the end of the day, you will have a profit as well. Right. So a key term when it comes to the marginal costing is the contribution. Right? So contribution is kind of a similar to kind of a profit, but in the profit we include the cost elements as well, like fixed overhead cost as well. But when it comes to contribution, we only consider the variable cost. variable cost, right? So the contribution will be sales value or sales prices minus variable cost of sales. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයාට තේරෙනවා ඇති additional unit එකක් generate කරනකොට අපේ cost එකක් යනවා. ඒකට අපි කියනවා variable cost එකක්. ඒක අපි additional unit එක විකුණනවා. එහෙනම් ඒකෙන් අපිට sales value එකක් එනවා. එහෙනම් contribution එක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? අපි additional unit එකක් විකුණුවාට පස්සේ ලැබෙන ලාභයට තමයි අපි contribution කියලා කියන්නේ. එතකොට contribution එක එහෙනම් සමාන වෙනවා sales value minus variable cost of sales. So keep in mind this term is important, really important. Right? In the exam, there will be definitely questions to calculate the contribution value. Right? So the contribution would be sales price minus variable cost. Sales price minus variable cost. The example එකක් මේකෙම නිකන් අරගෙන බලමු. Right? Let's say the sales price equals $10, right? And the material cost equals, for one unit, let's say it'll be $2, right? And the labor cost, right, per unit, it will be, for example, let's say another $2, right? So now you can calculate the marginal, sorry, where we call it contribution. Right? So the contribution equals sales price minus variable cost of sales. So the sales price we know it's given, it's $10 minus variable cost of sales would be the sum of direct costs like material cost and labor cost, likewise, right? So 10 minus 4, that is $6. So $6 will be the contribution, right? Any questions? Right, මේකත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ලියා ගන්න. Right. Okay. හරි. අපි මේකත් ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියව ගන්න. මම කියවුවම තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. Right. අපි මේ calculation එකට යමු. Right. So it says the company makes a product called splashes, which has a variable production cost of $6 per unit. So the variable cost of production is given, it's $6. And the sales price is $10. And at the beginning of the September, there were no opening inventories and the production is 20,000 and the fixed cost is given, it's 45,000, right? And there are no variable marketing costs. So you need to calculate the contribution and the profit for September. right? And you have to use marginal costing principles, right? So let's do this. Right. So in the question, it's given, you have to calculate the profit for different sales figures, right? You have to calculate the profit when the sales figure is 10,000 and when the sales figure is 15,000 and finally sales figure is 20,000, right? So first, we will calculate this for the 10,000 sales. Right? So the sales revenue equals 10,000 units into sales price is how much? It says $10. So the sales price is $10 කියලා දීලා තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් 10,000 units වලට තනි unit එකක් $10 නම් total value එක කීයද? Right? 10 into 10,000. Value is 100,000. Right? 100,000. 100,000. That is the sales revenue. Right? So in order to calculate the contribution, we have to deduct sales revenue by variable cost of sales. Right? Variable cost of sales. So what is the variable production cost? Right? So what is the variable production cost? So the variable production cost, we can use the figures. So the production units are 20,000 and the variable production cost is $6. Right? That means production units are 20,000. Right? 20,000. අතක තියාගන්න sales revenue එක හොයන්නේ අපි බඩු විකුණපු ප්‍රමාණයට. අපි විකුණේ 10,000යි. For the first calculation අපි ගන්නේ 10,000. Right? නමුත් අපි හැදුව කොච්චරද? 20,000ක් හැදුවා. එතකොට unit එකක් කීය කොච්චර cost එකක් ගියාද? $6. Right? So the variable production cost would be 6 into 20,000, which would be 120,000. So the contribution, right? Contribution again, sales minus variable cost. ඒ කියන්නේ sales වලින් variable cost එක අඩු වුණාම minus variable cost. Here. අපිට එනවා loss එක. Contribution එක 20,000 loss එකක්. Right? ඊට පස්සේ අපිට තව information දීලා තියෙනවා. So we have further values. It's the fixed cost. Right? අපි fixed cost එක අන්තිමට අඩු කරන්න. Right? So we have to deduct minus fixed cost. So the fixed cost is how much? It's 40,000, right? 40,000. Okay, so before that, so this is the production cost, but we need to consider the closing stock as well, right? So we are opening inventory and the closing inventory. We need to consider that, those two. Right, so we have a sales figure and these three are the variable, what is called cost of sales. Right? So we call it as cost of sales. Variable cost of sales. But a production cost එක මේ and the closing inventory එකේ opening inventory එක කීයද? 0. And put value එකක් නැහැ. නමුත් closing inventory එකේ අපි 10000ක් opening එකක් නැහැ. ඒකට අපි 10000යි විකුණන්නේ 20000. එහෙමනම් අපි තව 10000ක් ටිකාව ඉතුරු වෙනවා. ඒකට ඒක value කරන්නේ production cost එක. ඒ කියන්නේ $6. Right? So it will be 60,000. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි මේ 60,000 right එකතු කරනවා. Right? Right. So opening inventory plus production cost, sorry, minus closing inventory. ඒ විදිහට තමයි යන්නේ. එතකොට මේකෙන් අපි කඩු කරන්න ඕනේ. So the value is contribution is how much? 100,000 minus 120,000 minus 60,000. So it will be 40,000, right? 40,000 loss එකක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මේ 100,000 වලින් sorry loss එකක් නෙවෙයි. Contribution එක positive වගේ. මොකද revenue එකට අපි එකතු කරලා තියෙන closing inventory එක අඩු කරලා තියෙන variable production cost. Right? So the fixed cost, how much is the fixed cost? It's 45,000. 45,000 is the fixed cost. Right? Then the profit would be 40,000, right? Minus fixed cost, which would be a loss, right? Loss එකක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. ආපහු මේක ඔයගලන්ට පැහැදිලි කරොත් අපි මේ හෙව්වේ 10,000 විකුණුවොත් profit loss එක කීයද කියලා. Right? Profit එක කීයද කියලා. Right? Right. මෙතනදී අපි මුලින්ම sales revenue එක generate කරා. Right? Sales revenue will generate kara, which is 100,000. Then we need to find what is the cost of sales. So this is the cost of sales. It will be opening inventory plus variable production cost minus closing inventory. Right? Then we can calculate the contribution. That is sales revenue minus variable cost of sales, which would be 40,000. Then we have to deduct the fixed cost, which is 45,000, and the loss, there's a loss of 5,000. Right? මෙතනදී අපිට 5,000 loss එකක් තියෙනවා. මොකද අපේ contribution එක positive වුණාට මේ ඔක්කොම විකුණලා නැහැ. 10,000 තියෙනවා. හරි. අපි බලමු ඊට පස්සේ 15,000 sale එකක් තියෙද්දි මොකද වෙන්නේ කියලා profit එක. Right? So now we have 15,000 sales. Then the sales revenue, what is the sales revenue? So it will be 15,000 units into $10. How much? $150,000. $150,000. Right? And then the cost of sales. So opening inventory is zero. Opening inventory zero. So what is the variable production? It's same. Right? Production does not change. Production is 20,000. It's into $6. So it will be same. It's 120,000. Then the closing inventory. Closing inventory now it's different because we sell 15,000 and we produced 20,000. So how much is the closing inventory? It's 5,000 units. There. මේ 15,000ක සේල් එකක් කරාට අපි ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරා 20,000. 20,000න් 15,000 විකුණන්න පුළුවන් උනේ කියලා තමයි assume කරන්නේ. එහෙම වුණාම අපිට 5,000 ඉතුරු වෙනවා inventory. එතකොට අපි ඒක value කරනවා variable cost එකට. So it will be $30,000, right? Right. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට contribution එක හොයන්න පුළුවන්. What is the contribution? Contribution would be sales revenue minus variable production cost plus closing inventory, right? Which will be 60,000. And the fixed cost, let's say 45,000. $45,000. And the profit is 60,000 minus 45,000, which is 15,000. It's 15,000, right? 15,000. That is a profit. Here we have a loss. Here now we have a profit. Let's see how much sales can be done if we sell all the units, right? Sell all the units. Now we are selling 20,000 units, right? So the sales revenue would be 20,000 units into $10, right? So the value is $200,000. $200,000. Now the opening inventory will be zero because there are no opening inventory. And the production will be the same. It's 20,000 into 6, right? 120,000. But closing inventory this time, we are selling all the units in the warehouse that we produce. So the closing inventory would be zero. So now what is the contribution? Contribution has been increased from 60,000 to how much? 80,000. 80,000. In the profit එක වැඩිලා මුලින් 40,000 තිබ්බේ 60,000 වෙලා 60,000 තිබ්බේ 80,000ටම වෙනවා. And the fixed cost is saying 45,000. And the total profit would be 80,000 minus 45,000, which is 35,000, right? Understood? ඔයගලන්ට ඕන ස්ක්‍රීන්ෂොට් එකක් ගන්න. නමුත් මේක ටියුට් එකේ මම දීලා තියෙනවා. ඔයාලට කැමති නම් මේ ප්‍රොසීඩියර් එක මේක මේ විදිහට වෙන්නේ කියලා ලියා ගන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් ස්ක්‍රීන්ෂොට් එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. right? හරි. ස්ක්‍රීන්ෂොට් එකක් ගන්න. right. Then we will move to an exercise, right? This is the answer, right? No need to write this method. So, explanation නිකුත් තියෙනවා. Right. Alright, I will give you 10 minutes. Try to do this. I will give you 10 minutes time. Do this exercise, right? So here we have two products, meal and street. And these are the variable costs. Right? You have to identify correctly what are the variable cost and what are the fixed cost. Then you have to find the contribution and finally the profit. I will give you 10 minutes, right? Okay, do you need more time? Right? No? Okay, let's do this. It says the company has two products. One is mill and the other one is tree. And we were given the information about the opening inventory, which is 0 for the period. And then we have the production units, right? So in the mill, 15,000 units has been produced, and stream, it's only 6,000. And sales units are given. For mill, it's 10,000. Stream, it's 5,000. Right? Then the sales price were given 20 and 30. And the unit cost, the direct material, direct labor, variable production cost, variable sales overhead, all variable cost figures were given. Right? And then the fixed cost were given. Right? So we can, we were supposed to calculate the profit. So similarly, you can use this method to calculate. Or else we can use another one, that is we can first calculate the contribution. Right? So the contribution, this is for the part A, that means for the existing sales value, right? That is 10,000 and 5,000. So the contribution from mills. So it will be sales. So the contribution is sales price minus variable cost. Right? So the sales price, what is the sales price? It's 20 per mill. Minus variable price. What are the variable prices? It's these four. Direct material, direct labor, variable production cost, and the variable sales, right? Sales volume. So it will be 8422. 8422. Right? And so we need the total contribution. That means we need to multiply this value from number of units. So we will be given the total figure. What is it? It will be 20 minus 8422. That means $4, right? $4 into 10,000 units, because 10,000 is the sales. So the answer is how much? 4 into 10,000, $40,000, right? $40,000. Then we can calculate the contribution from the other one is stream. So the formula is same. So the sales price it's given, it's 30, right? Sales price is 30 minus, and the variable cost are 14 direct material, 2 direct labor, $1 sales variable cost, and sales production, sorry, $1, and the sales variable 3. That means 14,213. How much? 20 into sales units. That means 20 into how much is the sales units? Sales units would be 5,000, right? 5,000. So it will be 20 into 5,000. Sorry, the profit, so the contribution is 10, right? Because 30 minus 20, which is 10. So it will be 50,000, right? So contribution from mills and stream, 40,000 and 50,000. So now we can calculate the total contribution. Now it will be the sum of these two. 90,000. 90,000. And less fixed cost. So fixed cost is given. We have three fixed costs: 40,000, 15,000, and 25,000. $40,000, 15,000, and 25,000. Which is how much? It's 80,000, right? 8,000. And then we can calculate the profit. Profit is 90,000 minus 80,000, which is 10,000. $10,000 is the profit. This is for part A. Right? Now we will do part B. Part B is for calculate the profit if sales be 15,000 and 6,000 is the sales units. So the method is same. So this one is 4 into how much? Now the sales units are 15,000 units. So it will be 4 into 15,000. It's 60,000, right? And this one $10 into 6,000 units. So it will be 10 into 66,000. It's again it's 60,000. And the total contribution is how much? Is 120,000, right? 60,000 plus 60,000, 120,000. And then we have to less the fixed cost. It's the same. We are deducting 80,000, and the profit would be how much? Right? 120,000 minus 80,000, which is 40,000. It's minus because I already assigned the minus for this one. So it will be 40,000. Okay, if you have not done, you can write this, right? Right, if you are done, please let me know. So you can proceed with the next part. Right. Hope you have done it, or else you can take a screenshot. මේවා ළමයි ආපහු කරන්න. කරනකොට තමයි මේ දේවල් ආපහු මතකයට එන්නේ. එතකොට එක්සෑම් එකට උනත් ඉක්මනට කරන්න පුළුවන්. right? හරි. ඊළඟ step එකට යමු. ඊට පස්සේ now already we have discussed about the marginal costing. I told you marginal costing is another term for variable cost. So it will assess the when producing extra unit, what will be the cost? So that will be the marginal cost, right? And when it comes to now, we will use the absorption costing to generate the profit or to calculate the profit. So the difference between the marginal costing and the absorption costing is in the marginal costing, we only use the variable cost. Right? Overheads ඒකෙදී consider කරන්න variable part එක විතරමයි. Right? Fixed production overhead වගේව අපි use කරන්නේ marginal costing. Right? So in the marginal costing, the closing inventories are valued at marginal production cost. You can remember when we close the closing units, we use the variable production cost. Right? And then fixed cost are period cost. So we assume the fixed costs are constant, right? Will not change, right, for the time being. And then the cost of sales does not include a share of fixed overhead. So the cost of sales is purely based on the variable cost. It does not have any information relating to the fixed overhead cost, right? Only have the variable cost. But on the other hand, in the absorption costing, the closing inventories are valued at full production cost. So unlike marginal costing, use the fixed production cost also included when calculating the absorption cost, right? And the fixed costs are also absorbed to unit cost, and the cost of sales does include a share of fixed overhead, right? So in calculating the cost of sales, we will include the part of fixed cost as well, right? We will do an example, right? So in here it says the company, the example will be used to lead you through the various steps in calculating marginal and absorption cost. Right? So there we have some figures. First, selling price 180, direct materials 40, direct labor 16, and the variable cost, variable overhead is $10. And the annual production overheads are 1.6 million, which is budget value. And it expects to produce 1,280,000 units each year. Right? Overheads are absorbed on a per unit basis. Right? So overheads are absorbed. It's not based on the direct labor hours or direct machine hours. They are absorbed based on the number of units. Actual overheads are 1.6 million. So the budgeted overhead is also 1.6. Actual cost is 1.6. So keep in mind these values are annual values, yearly values, but not quarterly values. Then we have budgeted fixed selling cost. So it is given for the quarter, which is 320,000. Right? Then we have the sales figure. So we have 240,000 in the first quarter of the year, right? Between January to March. And the production units are 280. So you're supposed to calculate the income statement based on marginal costing and absorption cost. Right. It's two. So the first step, you need to calculate the overhead absorption ratio. right? Okay, we'll go one by one, right? Based on step. So the first step is to calculate overhead absorption rate, right? Overhead absorption rate equals budgeted cost divided by budgeted activity level, right? So the budgeted cost is 1.6 million, right? This is dollars divided by 1.6 million is the budgeted cost, and units are 1 million to 1.28. Okay. So it will be the cost. So it will be 12.5. Okay. Is it 12.5? 6. 1.25, right? Dollars per unit, right? This is the per unit figure. So that is the first step. So we are calculating the overhead absorption rate, which is 1.25. Then we have to calculate the total cost per unit based on two methods, right? Total cost per unit. That is the step 2. So the total cost per unit would be under absorption costing equals variable cost plus fixed production. So it will be how much? Variable cost, direct material 40, direct labor 16, variable cost 10. So the sum of these three, right? 66, right? Fixed production overhead expression. So 66 plus 1.25, right? The early answer. 67.25. That is under absorption costing. And when it comes to marginal costing, it will be how much? $66, right? It is the variable cost. So you can see the only difference between the absorption costing and marginal costing is that in the cost of sales, we include void absorption rate. That's it, right? Okay. Then we have to calculate the closing inventory. That is the step 3. So don't need to write this because I have already given these steps in the tube, right? In the tube. Calculate closing inventory units. That is step 3. Right? So the closing inventory equals closing inventory equals opening inventory plus production minus sales units. So the opening inventory is 0. Production is 1 million. It's not 1 million. Production is how much? Production 280,000, right? Production. Isn't it? Yeah. Minus sales units are 240,000. Right? So the closing inventory balance is 40,000. Right. 40,000 is the closing unit. Okay. Next step is calculate under O absorption. Right. So the next step is to calculate O under absorption. Right. So so we know there is a underproduction of how much, because the actual production is 280,000, right? So the weight absorbed is 280,000 units into weight absorption rate. How much is that? Weight absorption rate we calculated, it's 1.25. So it will be 350,000. That is weight absorbed. Weight absorbed. But we need to calculate the under over absorption. So what is the actual cost? actual overhead cost, how much? Actual overheads are 1.6 million for the year, but we are calculating quarter value. So 1.6 divided by 4 means actual overhead for the period. Actual overhead for the period, it will be 1.6 million divided by 4. Which would be 400,000, right? 400,000. 400,000. So the overhead absorbed would be, isn't it the overhead absorbed? Because actual overhead is less than the overhead absorbed, right? So the overhead absorbed, overhead absorbed is the less than the actual overhead, right? So it will be undervaluation. Right? So by sure, how much? It's $50. Right? A valuation of $50,000. Okay, now basic information are correct. Now we can move and create the income statement, right? Create income statement, right? So first it's the sales. Sales. How much is the sales? Sales value, sales figure is 240,000. That is the unit. 240,000 units into what is the sales price? Sales price is also given, right? Sales price. Selling price is $180. 180. Right? 180. So it will be right. It's 43 million.2. Right. This is the sales figure. Right. Then we have to less deduct cost of sales. This cost of sales. First, the opening inventory. Which is C. And we have to add production cost. So we are calculating this using absorption cost. Right. The production cost under absorption cost is how much? It's 280,000 units. It's given in the answer, the number of units produced into $66, right? Sorry, 67.25. Where does this value came from here? In the absorption costing, right? Cost of sales would be 67.25. So the value is right. So it will be 18,830,000. Right. Then we have to reduce closing stock. Right. Closing stock. Right. So the closing stock would be it's 40,000. It's the closing units, 40,000 into we have take the previous value for the valuation of the inventory, which is 67.25. 2,000 into 67.25. So it will be 2,690,000. Right? That is the closing inventory. Right. Then we can calculate the gross profit. Okay. So before that, we have to do an adjustment that is at under absorption. Absorption we have figure out that is 50,000. Then we can calculate the gross profit. So it will be sales minus production cost minus closing inventory. Right, that is around 21 million. Right. That is the gross profit under absorption method. Then we can use the other one, marginal costing method. Right. So in calculating the marginal costing profit, most of the figures are same. Right, the sales value, it's the same. Right, and the opening inventory, it's 0. And the production cost, it will be 280,000 units. Into this time we are taking $66, right? So we can remember in the marginal method. Here you can see marginal costing, we are taking $66. So the production cost should be $18 million. Yeah, 1.8 million. Sorry, 1.8 million. And the closing inventory would be right. Again, it's 40,000. But this time we are calculating using $66 rate. Which is 264,000, right? 264,000. Right. Then we can calculate the contribution. So the contribution would be sales minus production cost plus closing inventory, which is 43,992,000. Right? 43,992,000. That is the contribution. Right? Is that correct? Three, 200. Sorry, this is 280,000, right? Now it's correct. Right? It's 27 million. Oh, it's not also correct. 40,000 into 66. All right. Yeah, contribution is correct. Well, then after that, we know the gross profit is for the absorption costing method, and marginal costing method we don't use. Right. In the marginal costing method, we don't use the overhead absorption rate, but absorption costing, we use the overhead absorption rate. So that's why this production cost, these figures are different. Right. Then we have to add back under absorption, because in the step 4, we can calculate the under absorption. Right. So we have to add back under absorption, which is 50,000. Let's see whether these figures are correct. Sorry, we have add back it already, right? So we don't need to add back here. 21 6. Let's go through this. It's 43,200, which is correct, and the 80 million, that is also correct. So it's 269, that is correct. 60,000. Let's see. Oh, this one we have left. Yeah, 7,227 million. So, right. So the gross profit would be, yeah, this one we have to add back the under absorption, which is 2,710. Right. We have to deduct this. Sorry. 27 million 10, right? And then we have to deduct the fixed cost, right, from both. Fixed production overhead. So it will be 400,000. Sorry, if production cost, it's 0 because we already included in this overhead absorption rate, right? That is absorption cost, right? And then we have fixed selling cost. Fixed selling cost, it's given how much? 320. So the net profit, how much? It will be 27 10,000 minus, sorry, minus 320, which is 26 million 690. And here we have to add back, or we have to deduct the fixed production overhead cost, right? That is production cost, actual overhead is 1.6, so divided by 4, which is 200,000. 100,000, and the fixed selling price is the same. It's 320,000. Then the net profit would be 27 million 360 minus 200,000 minus 320,000. So these are the net profit figures. Right? These are the profit figures, right? Okay. Now you can see a difference, right? So what is the difference? So the difference would be the difference between the absorption costing method and the marginal costing method would be how much? 26,690 minus 26,640 which will be 50,000. 50,000. So that means the difference between the net profit of absorption costing will depend on the under over absorption, right? It will depend on the under over absorption. Right, got it? ඒ කියන්නේ මෙතනදී අපි ක්‍රම දෙකකට profit එක calculate කරා. එකක් තමයි marginal costing වලදී. Marginal costing වලදී අපි fixed production overhead absorption rate එක ගන්න නැහැ. ඒකට අපි කරන්නේ contribution වල sales එකේ cost of sales අඩු කරලා contribution එක හොයලා ඒකෙන් අපි ඔක්කොම fixed cost අඩු කරනවා. fixed production overhead එකයි fixed selling cost. හැබැයි absorption costing වලදී අපි portion එක fixed cost fixed production overhead මේ portion එක අපි ගන්නවා cost of sales එකට. right? ඊට පස්සේ අපි adjustment එක කරනවා under the over absorption එක මත. එතකොට මේ profit දෙක අතර වෙනස ගත්තොත් absorption costing වලයි marginal costing වල ඒ වෙනස වෙන්නේ අර under ඒ absorption adjustment එක. right? තේරුණා? right. අපි උතනින් අදට නවත්තමු. ඊට පස්සේ ලබන සතියේ දැන් ඔයගලන්ට පෙනේ මේක එහෙන lengthy calculation එක. එතකොට මේක අපිට පුළුවන් විනාඩි දෙකකින් හදන්න. විනාඩි දෙකෙන් මේක හදන්න බෑ. right? ඒ කියන්නේ exam එකේ. එතකොට අපි එතකොට ඒ කියන්නේ ඕගලන්ට ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අපි ඉස්සරහට reconciliation එකක් කරනවා කොහොමද absorption costing වලයි marginal costing වලයි මේ profit එක reconcile කරන්නේ. right? නමුත් ඒකට යන්න බෑ මේ concept එක දන්නේ නැතුව. ඒකින තමයි මේක ඕගලන්ට ඉගෙනන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ reconciliation එකෙන් තමයි exam එකේදී ප්‍රශ්න අහන්නේ. right? reconciliation එකකින් තමයි අපි exam එකේදී ප්‍රශ්න අහන්නේ. නමුත් ඒ reconciliation එකට මේක අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. ඒකින්ද මේක මේ විදිහට calculate කරනවා කියන එක idea එක ගන්න. නමුත් මේ වගේ lengthy ප්‍රශ්න නම් අහන්නේ නැහැ exam එකේ. right? right. අපි ඔතනින් නවත්තමු. අපි ඊළඟ සතියේ අපි reconciliation එක කරලා අලුත් පාඩමකට යමු. right? හරි. මොනවාරි ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද දැනට? right? හරි. ප්‍රශ්න නැත්නම් අපි අදට නවත්තමු. right?